Hey guys, I'm Kodochas. Welcome back to my channel. For this tutorial, we're going to be building this beautiful web with Vue. Vue actually is my personal new favorite framework to use for front end, and this is the first Vue application I'm going to be building on my page. So stick around and stay tuned. It's gonna be a very lovely tutorial. We also have its mobile responsive as well. We head over to Vite and we click on Vite.dev. Say get started. This is if you've not installed Vite in your system. If it's your first time, you're going to copy this first one, but it's not my first time. I actually have Vite working in my system, so I copy this and go into my Visual Studio. In my Visual Studio Code, I'll press Ctrl J or Command J to open up my terminal, and I'll paste the command. You want to edit the name of the app. The name of the app is called Car Book, so you say Car Book and enter. This is going to install it, so it's installed. So we want to install these dependencies here. To do that, we say npm install. So now that was done, say npm run dev. Now it's running on our local host, and there you go, Vite and Vue. This just comes with the default Vite Vue setup. These icons and the names and all the stylings, etc. If you're familiar with how it works, then you could skip this part, but if you're not familiar with these files and what they are used for, then you stick around. So these are node modules. It contains all the npm installed packages required for this project to be run. These are a public file. It's used to store mostly favicons used in this website. For instance, this is a favicon. This svg right here is what is stored in this public. This is our src, where all the application logic and components are stored. Here in our assets, we use it to store images. For example, this view image was stored in the assets. Our components is where we use to store all the components we need, the reusable ones, etc. The app view is the root view component that wraps the entire application. This is where we bring in our links and also our layout. The main.js is typically the entry point of the view. It initializes this view, and it also mounts the root component, which will see me do in no time. The style.css is used to store all CSS styling, the general styling that we are going to be using in this page. The git ignore is used to ignore files that we don't want to send to GitHub. The index.html is the skeleton structure. We won't really come here to do anything since we have the components and the app view, but this is where we store the HTML. Package.json is basically where we store the dependencies of the packages that we have already installed. It also defines the project dependencies, etc. Package log.json actually logs the extracted versions of the dependencies to ensure that it's consistent across these environments. README file is actually just project documentations. Maybe you want people to read something about the project or informations. You store it in the readmd. Finally, the Vite config customizes the Vue CLI configurations, like the proxies, the build path, etc. This is what the Vite config does, but I think you could get a hold of what these different files are used for. So first of all, we need to start deleting a lot of things we don't need. We don't need this image, so remove it to the trash. We don't need this component, so remove it to the trash. App.view, we delete everything. Save view. If you want to know how I used this is an extension called Vite. So you head over to your extensions and write Vite. This is basically the extension. I recommend you to download it if you want to make your Vue work faster and more easier. I'm going to leave the main.js. Style.css, I want to delete everything in it. Head over back to the app and say h1 app. Let's check it in the browser, and the app is working. I want to use TailwindCSS. I'm gonna be using TailwindCSS for this. So you're gonna search for TailwindCSS.com. In TailwindCSS.com, you click on Docs, and this is how to use Tailwind CSS in Vite. So first off, we're gonna copy this. npm install Tailwind CSS at Tailwind CSS /Vite. We create another terminal and paste this. Now that's installed, we head over to our Vite config.js and import Tailwind CSS. Then we need to add Tailwind CSS as a plugin. So now we only have one plugin, which was the Vue, but we're gonna add Tailwind CSS and maybe some other plugins later. The website we're trying to replicate is live, so I urge you all to check it out. Now we have about 6 to 7 pages on this website, so we want to create like a layout for all the pages in this website. So we need to create a layout for the header and also the footer. So first off, we come to src. In our components, we create a folder for layout. We create 3 files there. The first one is default layout.vue. The second one is page header.vue. This is for the header. The third one is page footer.vue. I would like to set Vue up in each of them, so I will do that again. Say Vue. For page header, you say Vue again. Remember, this is an extension I'm making use of. I'm gonna say header Vue h1. Here I'm gonna say footer. This is to mark my header and footer. For my default layout, I would like to import the page header. I'll just quickly change this to footer as well. In here, I'm gonna say import page header from page header, duplicate this and change this to footer. Afterwards, we want to declare the components that we just installed here. Components. The first one is page header and footer. Leave space here. Now, in order to route our pages in Vue, we want to install a dependency called Vue router. npm I Vue router. Now that it's done installing, we'll head over to our main.js. In our main.js, we would like to import router so that we'll be able to use it in all the 4 files from router. We'll delete this, and now we have to define an app. So const app is equals to create app. In here, you bring in this app online tree. Then we want to be able to use the router, so you say app.use router, close this. Then we also want to mount the app, so you say app.mount, and we are going to close this up. In our SRC, I would like to create a new folder called router, which is going to house the route links and define them as well. So say router. In the router, I would like to have a file called index.js. In my index.js, I would like to import 2 things. First is create router. This is going to help me create routers. And the second one is create web history. This is going to help me to track the history of the website as we change pages. First thing we want to import is the default layout, because we are going to use it to wrap all our links. So we say default layout from components layout default layouts.view. I also need to create a page, our first page. The first one is going to be home page dot view. Close this, bring in view, h1, say home page. In here, we want to import the home page. When importing the home page, we say const routes. Close this up. First, I want to have a path for the home, or the default path. Then I want to make default layout my components and have some children as well. Inside the children is going to be the other pages. For instance, our first child would be home, so the path is empty because we already have this one as the default. The name is home and the component is gotten from the home page. We also want to create the router where we want to define the routes and also export it as well. So here I say export default router. Here we're bringing in the history, which is the create web history, and also the create router. This enables us to make use of this router outside this file. I would like to add one more thing here, so we are not going to come back to this, which is a function for scroll. So I say scroll behavior. Return top 0. So this helps us scroll to the top on page navigation. That means anytime we change pages, it's always going to keep us at the top. So this router is not going to work if we don't bring in our router link in this app. So we come to the app and change here, router view rather, and bring in our router view, so it's going to work. Now we've changed, it's now on like the default page, which is the home page. This is actually displaying the home page, which is the header and the footer. Remember, our home page have a heading 1 of home page, but it's not yet visible here because in our default layout we did not place the home page, neither did we bring it yet. So I want to bring in my home page in my default layout. So I want to have a main here where I want to bring in the same thing I brought in my app, which is router view. So tada, the home page now has been brought in here. We close this app because we're not making use of it. I would also like to add some comments here. So that our work is going to look neat. Now I want to give styling to this work, so I want to wrap this in a div. We're gonna wrap all of them in a div, make it prettier. In this div, give it a class of minimum height is screen. But first of all, it's not going to work because we didn't complete our TailwindCSS configuration. So we head over back to tailwindcss.com, go back to docs. So this was where we were at the last time. I'm going to copy this import TailwindCSS, come over here to our style.css, paste it, goes here. It's still not going to work as well, or maybe it did, I'm not sure, but we need to close our browser to be sure, like end it, so see, not the same, then start it again. Now I'm definitely sure my TailwindCSS is going to work. Let's find out by adding maybe a red text to this, and yep, TailwindCSS is now working officially. We close this up, head over back to our default layout to complete the styling. We'll give it a flex, but we don't want the whole page to be in a flex, so we give it a flex column, put it back in column. We also want to give it a relative so that the header, this header here, would stick to the top when we give the fixed class at all times when we've scrolled. In this main content, I would like to give it a flex scroll to take up the whole space at all time. So now you could see before my footer was here, but now it's at the bottom completely because this home has taken up the entire space. And that is all the styling I have for my default layer. We are not coming back here, so I want to close this up. So I'll remove this, I don't need it again, and say header. In my header, I'll give this a class. I also need to create a div for the page logo and also the navs that would be used. Here I want to add this page logo and also the links. So this page logo is actually a repeated component. So in my components, I want to add a file called composables, which I would use to be storing my repeated components. Here I want to create a file for the page logo. So I made a mistake here. I'm glad I spotted that earlier. Save view. I would like to bring in a router link. So this router link is different from the router view we had used in the app and also in the default layer. This router link is what we're going to use to be linking to the different pages. If you're familiar with React, we use the link tag. Why we are linking this to the home page is because almost all websites, once you click on the link, it just automatically takes you to the home page. So that's why we're linking this to the home page. We're gonna have a H1, and in it we're gonna have two span tags because the logo has different styling. This is white, this is green, so we need two span tags for it. For the H1, we want to give the both of them like a general styling. For instance, uppercase. This is to turn. Definitely not gonna be seeing it now because it's not in the page header. So let's just bring it first. Then here we say page logo. There, it's gonna work now. So you can see the car book. It's now in uppercase because we applied the uppercase to it. Give it a text of Excel to increase the size. After all, we want to give it a font of bold to make the font width 900. It has a font of bold now, and give it a cursor pointer because it links somewhere. So we want to give this a cursor pointer because it links somewhere, and once we head over there, it start pointing. Basically, that's its work. Here we want to give it a class. We're going to bind it to a class called car class because this car basically it's whitey, but when you scroll it's black. So we don't just want to give it like a default class like this. We need to make some functionalities which would make it track when you've scrolled to make the color black, track when it's back here to make the color white. So in order to track if it's scrolled or not, I would like to say setup, and what we're setting up is the properties. We're saying const is scroll equal to ref. We're going to import this ref, and we are setting it to false. So initially the page is not scrolled, so we're setting the ref to false. Then we say const is mobile. This is to check if it's in mobile view or if it's in web view. We say ref. Here we want to track if the window dot inherit is less than 760, because actually on mobile view, whether it's scrolled or not, the text is black throughout. So we also want to check the mobile as well if it's scrolled, and we also want to check the mobile so that the color could change. Then we say const handle scroll is equals to make arrow function. You're saying is scroll dot value is equals to window dot scroll y is greater than 50. So we want to check for event listeners. We want to listen for a scroll event. We are going to be using unmounted, which we would import to check for the scroll. So we say unmounted and we say window dot add event listener scroll and handle scroll. We don't need this. We also want to add on before or mount. This one here is to close it. Is to close the event listener once it's done. Is to close it, is to clear it up. So you want to remove event listener this time. You were adding this, but now you're removing it. When it's done, scroll and handle scroll. Here for our class, we want to define the class now. So you see const car class is equals to computed, which we are going to be importing here. You say if is mobile dot value return text back. That if we are on mobile view, this text should be black. We also want to return a scroll dot value. Here we are returning text of black or text on white, depending on the current scroll. That's if it's scrolled or not. Here we would want to return car class so we can make use of it. There you go. Now we can make use of the car class. So you can see our text is white. That's why it's not visible. This is working fine. Here I would like to give this some styling on its own. We say text green 500. Okay, it looks good. And we are done with this page logo. We head over back to the page header. I would like to add something called a setup in this script. It's used in V4. That way we won't need to export this. Then I would like to create an array for the links, which would bring to the navbar. So say const links is equal to, here I'm gonna say name, home, and path. This is for my home page. I would like to paste the rest. That way we won't spend time, but I'll pause this video for you to write it. And now that you're done writing it, we'll come over here, and here we say v for link in links. This link is what we're going to use to access what is in links. So here you give it a double curly braces, and here you're saying link dot name, which is this name right here that you are using to access the array. We also want to say key. This key is the link path. To path, we are going to say link.path as well. This class here is to check if it's on the active path, which we are checking the route is equals to link path. If this route is equals to the link path, then any styling we give to this class active link would happen here. Maybe it could be an underline or a shadow, whatever. Here we want to import the route that we are making use of. So say import use route from view router, and say const route is equals to use route. Now we could see our links are right here. They are all visible. Now that our links are visible, we'll come over here and give this a class of flex. Justifies between. Say items center to make it center vertically. Now it's centered, give it a W of full. In case it's not full, that's why we're giving it a W of full. But in larger screen, we want to give it a W of 5/6. So now it's having this width of 5/6. Are we giving it a width of 5/6 is because it does have a great pattern here, so we want it to be in the center, and because we want it to be in the center, we would like to give this heading a class of flex justify center, just to keep it in the center. And there you go, it's kind of in the center. You won't see this now because of the text is white for now. Then we want to give this a px6 because of the mobile view. Here we want to make this a relative and give it a z of 50. We want to give it a space of x6 to make them have spaces in between each other. We will also give this a p of 2. Let's head over to the home page. We would like to create a file for like the hero section. So here we say hero section. We close this up, come over to the components, say home page. This is where we store all the components for the home page, because the home page kind of have like so many components. Here you bring in the view, and in this hero section we would like to give it a very big background image. So in this template we say section, because kind of it's a section. So I want to say style. This is actually CSS. How to add a background image in CSS. Here we say background image. Here we're going to be using backticks. Say URL BG, which stands for background image. Here we're going to be using only one background image. We remove this export default. We say import this BG image that is on line 2. Say from, and we want to be importing it from the assets folder. Images. So we don't have this right here now. We need to create a folder for images. And let me get the images from my folder. So I've imported the images, including this bg_1.jpg that I'm using for my background image. This is going to have an error, so I'm going to bring in the setup here. So let me just add a dummy h and p tag here. Also give this a style class bg cover. Also gonna head over to my home page and import this hero section. Add the setup here as well. Okay, so I'm having an error here because I didn't properly import this image. You're gonna remove this, say assets, images, and we're gonna bring in the image back, which was bg underscore 1.jpg. So it's here. We want to give this a relative. We also want to give this a HF screen to cover the whole screen. Okay, this has a HF screen now. Give it a fixed width, give it a W of 4, give it a top of 0, with a padding of 2. I would like to remove this for now because it's kind of blocking what I'm doing. There you go. Go back to the page header. I want to add a styling for the active link. In here we have this class for active link which tracks the root and links it to the path. So in our style.css we'll be using CSS for that. We want to give the nav some color. Say color white. It has a white color now. Then you want to give it a transition. Color 0.3 seconds is now. You want to give it an active link, so you say nav a dot active link. Give it a color of green, but it's gonna be in this hex format. So you say 10b981 and give it a font width of bold. It's green now because we are currently on this home page. We also want to add some properties for the scroll so that it turns white when it's scrolled and transparent when it's not scrolled. So we head over to our script to apply those properties. So below the header class in our script, we say const handle scroll. To handle the scroll event is equals to is scrolled dot value equal to window dot scroll y, which is checking for the scroll in the vertical axis is less than 50. Now we want to create an unmounted which executes and listens for scroll event. We say unmounted window dot add event listener, and this event listener is listening for scroll event, and once it is scrolled it should handle scroll. So remember, we gave this class to say if it's not scrolled, it's transparent. When it's scrolled, it's not transparent. So you won't see that now because we don't have other elements beneath here to test the scroll. We also want to create another one called on before mount. On before on mount, which closes it up once it's mounted. So it's a window dot remove event listener, and we are removing the scroll and handle scroll. This clears up our work, making it neater. Here I would like to add some more styling, and the stylings we are going to be adding is a shadow. So you say shadow is MD. When it's scrolled, it should have a shadow of MD. So you say is scroll.value. You're also going to add some commas here. We want to say P4, that it should have a padding of 4. We set that to true. Lastly, we say above the small screen, the PY, which is the P on the Y axis, should be 10. Here, how we want to track if it's in the so above the small screen, it should have a padding Y of 10 if it's not scrolled. There you go. We want to create a menu for the smaller screen, this menu, and we are getting our icons for this view. We are getting our view icons from this website called Kilma Apps. We need to install it. So I copy this up, go to my code and paste it here. Once that's done installing, close this up. Come over here, go to search icons, tab bars. So I like this one, which is far bar staggered. I copy this, come to my script and import it. I come over here and copy this one as well. Go up and create a space for my hamburger menu beneath this div. Beneath this nav. So here I create a comment saying mobile hamburger menu. Here I create a div for it, and here I place a button inside. In the button I paste my far bar staggered. Let's check it out. So it's visible here. I also want to give this div a class, and the class is flex, but in the larger screen it's hidden. So it's hidden here. I'll go up to my nav as well to give it its own style because I don't want it to be visible. So in my nav I give it a hidden for small screen, but above large screen it should be flexed. So it's visible here, but when I open my mobile menu it's not visible. Also the color for the logo changes to black, and I have this menu which is not going to work now because we don't have any properties attached to it. I go back to my menu and create a click function. So I say at click. This is for a quick event. Toggle mobile, toggle menu. I copy this, I go beneath here and say const toggle menu. This toggles if the menu is open or closed. If the menu is open when it's clicked, it's going to be closed, and if the menu is closed when it's clicked, it's going to be opened. We copy this menu as visible to create the visible menu beneath the button. So here we want to have a div for the visible menu. Here I say v-if you're going to equals it to menu visible. If the menu is visible, we want it to display this router link. So we copy this router link over here and paste it in between here. So when we click this, it's showing the menu, but the menu does not look good, nor does it look the way it should look. So here we want to give this a class of absolute. Remember over here, this is relative, so we're giving this one a class of absolute. So it's absolute right now. Give this a left of 0. Once it has this left of 0, we give this a BG of white. It has a background of white. Give it a shadow LG. We also want to make the width full. Give it a p tag of 4. Now it has a p tag of 4. We say flex colon. It has a flex of colon. Give it a space of y6. Now it has a space of y6. Because it's kind of like overlapping these bars, I would like to give it a top of 16. Now it's no longer overlapping those bars. So I would like to also create a close menu, so when we click on this, it closes the menu. I'll come over here beneath the toggle menu. I say const close menu. I'll set the menu visible to false, so that once I click on my my displayed nav, it closes my menu for me of the space. Here in this router link, I would say at click should close the menu, which closes the menu once the page is clicked. So I open my menu, click the page, and once it's clicked, it's closed. I go back to this button. I'm not done. I want to style the button. I give it a text of gray, 800, focus of outline, none. Now there you go, you won't see that focus. anymore. I also want to give this an area label. So this BG is actually white on mobile screen. So I would like to go over here to the top. Just as a BG of white for the mobile. Hopefully it still has the BG of transparent as well, because here we are stating above the smaller screen it should be BG transparent when it's not scrolled. So here I'm giving it a BG of white. I also want to give this a drop shadow of SM. Now I want to start this hero section. I would come back to this now because I'm not really done with it. I want to add more styling once it's scrolled, so you won't really see the styling now because it's not scrolled. That is why I want to come back to this. I would also want to create the different pages as well, so that once they're clicked, you know, it's gonna take us there. So I'll close all, come over to our views or pages, create about page, dot view, create another one called cars page dot view, dot view. Quickly, we want to add the view in all of them so that we could easily import them in the route. We close all for now because we are not using them. Head over to our routes and our index.js to bring them as well. So here I want to duplicate this. Here I'll say about. Here is about page, and this about page is gotten from page about.page.view services. Yes, services page. Import that quickly. Service page dot view. Actually, this should be caps lock. Here should be about. Sorry, I missed that. Here should be services. Here's cars. page, that view. There you go, we have a pricing page, a cast page, a blog page, and a contact page. Go back to the home page. I want to start the hero section for the home page. So in my home page, I move to the hero section in it, and we are there. We delete this because we don't need it. We want to have a div. This div is going to cover this whole page. If you notice, it's kind of dark. It's kind of has this dark. It's darker than this, so we want to add that quickly here. Give it a class of absolute. Remember, here is relative to it. Say inset is 0. Also want to give it a bg of black and an opacity of 25. There you go, it looks exactly the same now. Here we want to create a div. And this div, we have another div in it. In the second div, we're gonna have a h1, possibly a p tag as well. So h1 and p tag. So let me just give it a lorem. They also say in here fast and easy way to rent a car. Now for this parent div of them, I want to give it a relative, a flex, item is going to be center, justify center as well. In this div, you give it a class. In small screen is full. Above small screen has a weight of 3/5. Okay, it has the weight, but it's not taking this full space. So I say h of 4. Perhaps it's going to take this full space now, and it is now taking the full space when we applied the height of 4. Give it text center to change the way the text is written to make it centerized. I also want to give everything a text of white and a px of 4. In here in the h tag, I want to give this a styling, and we say text is 4XL, but in the larger screen text is 5XL. Font is bold, and the margin bottom is 4. So it has a margin bottom of 4, a font width of bold, a text of 5XL. For the p tag, we just give it a very simple class. We say text is MD, above medium, text is XL, and give it a margin bottom of 6 because we have one other item beneath this. Here we just copy this stuff, and I don't know why I have it here, but we're going to create a h2 for it. Paste it. Give this its own class as well. Text of 2XL. Font is semi-bold. Okay, now they look like twins. I want to give this a font family. So we head over to Google Fonts. In my googlefont.com, I want to take Poppins. So I say get embedded code, say at import for CSS, We copy this, excluding the style. We come over to our CSS and our SRC. It's the last file on it. Then we place it above the Stylin.css. It's not going to work now because I've not applied it to the body. So here I'll give it a semicolon and say font family Poppins. I don't need this background color. And there you go. They are now twins. It's exactly the same. Just here the lorem is kind of much more than this. But basically it's the same. Head over to the hero section. Let me just cut out some lorem. Just some, and there you go. It's cool. Now we want to create this page. We have this reusable header for each section, and we have this cards as well with a swiper. Close this up. Head over to our home page. Create a section for featured. Section dot view. Add a view to it. Firstly, we come to our page and go to the home page. Beneath here, we want to bring featured section, and we are importing that from home page featured section. This is going to be reusable because it's the same here, 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 and in other pages. So I want to come to our composable, which is right here in our component, and create a file. The name is section heading dot view. Add the view in it. Here I want to have a div. In this div I want to have a p tag and a h. So the h2 and the p tag is going to have dynamic items. Like here it's going to have a title, and here it's going to have description. I add a setup, JavaScript. Here we want to define the props which we just created. So say define props. Here we are defining the title, and the title is a string. We're also defining the description, which is a string as well. Let's give each of them a class. So here in this div, I'll give it a class of text center. But first of all, I want to see how this is working. So I'll go over to the featured section to bring it out. Here I'll say section heading. Add a setup. Remove this. Say import section heading from, and we are importing it from composables section heading. Here we want to pass in the description, and this description is going to be what we offer. Mistake. The title is going to be featured vehicles. I do not know why I'm constantly making this mistake. Sorry. There you go. Now let's view it. See the featured vehicles, but I'm not seeing the description. Maybe I spelled it wrong, I don't know. So we go over to the section heading. Oh, okay, I made a mistake. I said debugger here, not description. And there you go. The featured vehicles is I want to give this a padding top of 10, but larger screen, it should have a padding top of 20. So now it has a very large padding top of 20. I also want to give this a class of text. It's SM. That's a very tiny text. I also want to give it a text W 500, uppercase for text transform. So it transforms to uppercase. It has a text W. Here I want to give the class. This is text of 2XL. Above the mobile screen is text of 4XL. Font is semi-bold. Text is gray. 900. Okay, it looks good already. When I refresh my screen, it does has this transition property that takes it up, and this as well. I'll apply it to this one too. So I want to create those properties that would help it, you know, scroll up when it's on view. So here I want to import ref and unmounted. They're both coming from view. Beneath this defined props, I want to create two things. First is visible, to check if it's visible, because I want it to only work when it's visible, not when the page is reloaded. So I create this ref and I say it's false. The second one is content. Which I'm setting the ref to null. Now for the unmounted, I want to create an observer that observes the intersection of the page. So here I'm saying const observer is equals to new intersection observer, which is checking for the entries and the entries for each entry. If entry is intersecting, we create is visible value to true. Also, I also want to add something else, which is observer dot unobserved entry dot target, not content dot value. Here will be entry dot target. We want to set the trigger to be 30% of the content, which is here. Once you've viewed 30% of that section, it's going to make the content visible. Here I'm saying if my content is visible, so it's a content dot value. So if my content is visible, I want to observe the content value. Here I'm just going to remove this. I also want to add some animate properties to like make it have this smooth entry. So you say animate in, is visible. I also want to give this a tracking of wider and a font of medium. Here we want to reference this to be the contents that we are adding all these functions or code to. We also want to say if we are setting this to this description. For now it's not going to be visible, so I want to create a CSS class for all of them to make it visible. So I give this a class of content wrapper, copy this, head over to my style, say dot content wrapper, and I give it a transform, and I want to translate the Y to 100 pixels. It should have an initial opacity of 0, and it should have a transition or to be 1 second is out. You also say content wrapper dot animate in, which was this class I gave it here. I didn't spell this visible right, so I'm gonna add an I here and an I here as well. Hopefully it's gonna show now. I also made a mistake here. There should be no space in between them. Voila, this is working now. I like to create this cards for my cars. So I head over to my VS Code, components, cards. Then the first one is cards.view. Add a view to it. I want to give this a div. The div should have an image tag for the images. I also want to give this a div again that would house a heading of 3 for the header, a div that will house the brand and the price, which is this too. Then lastly, I want to give it a div beneath this that will house the 2 buttons. Because the cars are much, I do have an external file where I stored all their data. So I want to head over to my GitHub to get it. The link to this is in the description below. Don't forget to start my repository when you view it on GitHub. I move over to copy and paste MD and I copy this cars. I head over here to my SRC to create a folder to store the data. So here I'm storing data here, and the first one is cars data.js, which I'm going to paste all the, okay, there's a mistake here. This is the blog data. This is the car data I wanted to copy initially. So I copy car data and paste here. To make this easier, I also want to create for the blog as well. So I'll say blog data.js. Come here, copy this, paste, and close this up. For this car card, I would like to input their details in it. So for the first one is the name, which is gotten from this car data, the name of the car, which is this one right here. I come over, close this up. I come over to the car card here, and I want to bind the name. I also want to add the brand. It could be Mercedes, anyone, and also the price of each car for renting. When I'm done with that, I head over to the featured section where I am calling it. So in my featured section, I create a div. I bring in the car card here. So here I'm saying car card, and I'm bringing that from cards, car card.view. Here it's not going to show until I bring in those properties. That's the title, the brand, the price. So beneath here, I want to import the car, this cars actually, from the car data. So I say import cars from data, cars data. Now I've imported the cars from cars data. I would like to give this div a v4. So I say v4 in this v4 I say car and index. Here I'll say in cars. Then I want to bind in a key because each car has its unique ID, and I say index. There's a mistake here. I'm supposed to add equals to. When I'm done, I also need to bind in the name is equal to this car. Now this is like the individual car in cars. I'm saying this car dot name. The brand, say brand, is equal to car dot brand price is equal to car dot price. Also, we have the car image. I say image is equal to car dot image id is equal to car dot id. So it's not visible now because we have not yet defined all this here. So we come over here to define our properties so that they are going to be visible. I say define props now we want to define the ID. It's a number, the name is a string, the brand is a string, the price is a string actually because of the way we passed it, and the image, it's a string. This is small letter. We need to add the setup here because we have an error. It's not visible. They say define props not defined. There you go. We could see our cars are now listed here. I wanted to list this first before we start. So for this image, I want to create a function to get my images. So here I say const get image is equals to image name image name return new URL, and we're going to make this a backtick. So what we want to return is the images. So we say src assets images. Here we want to find the image name. After this we say import dot meta URL here we say dot href. Now we move up here to the images and we bring in this get image here. So here I'm saying get image. Hope I spelled that correctly. And what we want to get is the image. Hopefully it's gonna work. I kind of forgot to bind this, and now it's working. We are getting all the images. So I want to style this card. I want to style this card itself. To style the card, I'm gonna give this a class of marks W80. Good. Feature is white. Rounded is SM. Gonna have a small curve. Then overflow hidden because it wasn't showing. So now it's showing. Say shadow. Give it a shadow of MD. Let's now have a defined shadow. For the image, I want to give the class of W is full, height is 56. All of them have the same height, and say object cover. So it's going to cover the whole thing. Here I want to give the class of P is 6. Give this a pattern of 6 all around, here, 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 and a space on the y-axis of 2, giving this 2 a big space. Now for the name, give it a class of text is extra large, font width is medium, text is gray, 800. There, got the gray 800. Now div, gonna give this a class of flex, justify is between. Now it's flex, justify it between. Items is gonna be center. For this, I'm gonna give this a class of text md, text of gray 400. Give this light text. Okay, I'm gonna give this a class as well of text md, text is blue 500. Also font is semi-bold. I want to create a span tag in this p tag. This is span, and this span tag is going to say per day. The span tag is going to have its own class as well of text gray 400, text SSM, font width is light. See, text gray, font width light, text SM. Now for this button, I want to create a reusable button component. So I go to this composable and create a file for button component .view. Bring in the view here. In here, I don't want to give this button a static color or text color because the button is different everywhere. So here I will say button and I give this a binder class. Make it a backtick. I'm gonna say empty is 4 as margin top, px is 4, supposed to be rounded. You could skip this part, it's not quite important, but if you want to stick around to see how I create it, then let's go for it. Font is medium. We now want to make this color dynamic, so say bg color. Also say text color. We want to give it a hover color as well, so here we say hover, and this hover is going to have this once more, hover color. Afterward, we want to give it a dynamic style. We want to change the button width So here we say width as width, because there are some places where the button width is kind of big, small. So for us to be able to change it, we have to add a style. Here we say the text for the button text. Make the setup. Remove this entirely completely. Here we say define the property. So say define props. First is the text. Delete this. The type is string, and the defaults basically does not need a default, but for the default text is click me. For the width is string, and the default is auto. The BG color is string, and the default is BG blue 500. The hover color is string, and the default is BG blue 600. The text color is white as default, and we are done with this button component. We close it up. Here we delete this, and we bring in button component. Close this up. Come beneath in our script, say import button component from, we are getting this from composables, button component. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. I named this button component. We're gonna come here and change that mistake, change it to T, and that's it. Now it's not going to be visible until we bring in this properties. So say text is equal to book now. BG color is blue, and the hover color is blue because it's default. Come over here and we can see this button. I could see I wasn't properly done. Let me check the button component. px4 empty rounded hover. We forgot to give this a py actually. That's why it looks funny. Off tree. Now it looks good. Let's duplicate this. Here we want to change this to details. We set this BG color is equals to BG green 500. Okay, this div above, we'll give it a flex, justifies between. Now it's cool because this is not the same with this one we have in the home page. Here it's kind of like has this swiper. I would like to install swiper. So I come over here, say npm I swiper. So now that's finished installing, we head over to our featured section where we want to apply the swiper here. So first and first, we want to get our swiper. I say div. Here I say swiper. In this swiper, we want to bring in swiper slide. Here we would add what we are swiping. Come over here, say import swiper and swiper slide, but these two are coming from swiper slash view. You also want to import other things as well, like import swiper slash swiper bundle.css. You want to import autoplay because we want it to be playing automatically from swiper models, and we are importing swiper slash css slash autoplay. Remove the css at the end. I think that is all we need to import for the swiper. Here we're going to cut this and place it here. We also need to cut this and place it here instead. Delete this div. For the swiper, I want to set the modules, so we bind module is equal to autoplay. This autoplay that we imported earlier. I say space return. Yeah, setting it into 30. We want to give it a navigation loop. Also on autoplay as well, loop. This autoplay is gonna have 1. Yeah, the mistake is over. We want to add breakpoints. This is for like how many cards it's going to show in the mobile and the other ones as well. So we want to have a breakpoint. Of 640. So if the width is 640, it should show two slides. If the width is above 640, which is 10 to 4, it should show 3 slides. Finger crossed if this is working. Okay, it is working. Hallelujah. It is actually working. So here in this div, I want to give it a class of w_full. Here it is full. Py is 10 because we want to give it a spacing here for small screen. ID py for this view is going to be larger, which is 20. this is going to have a class of w 4/5 because I don't want it to take the whole space. It's also going to have a drop shadow of 2xl. There, it has like a darker shadow now. We're done with this. This is not going to work if it's not here, for instance. If it's not here, this won't work. So this should be here, even if it looks like it's not being used. It actually is being used. There you go. I would like to come back to this header I told you that I want to adjust, because these links are supposed to turn to black when it's scrolled. As you can see, once it's scrolled, it has a shadow and also a BG of white. So you go to layout, page header. We want to target this nav bar, and we also want to target this is scrolled. So we say here nav dot scroll nav a. We give this a color of black. Make this important. I think we should copy this and apply it over here. We want to bind a class for it. Say class is equal to, you paste the scroll now, and you say is scrolled, and it's working. But my problem now is it makes here black as well. So in order to change that, we want to add important as well. So I moved this upward here and made this like below this, because CSS obeys the last styling. So now, as you can see, it's green and it's good the way it is. It looks good. I want to monitor the mobile view to see if it's matching with this one as well. And this looks perfect the way it is. I'll close this up. We head over to the hero section because we are not done with it basically. I like to copy the styles that I used for this section heading. So I like to come over here and grab this animating class that I used earlier here. Grab this animating class, come over to my hero section and apply that class here. So in this div, I would like to paste this class. I also want to collect ref and unmounted from Vue. Paste them here. I also want to make use of it, so say is visible. I'm setting it to false. Then for unmounted, I want to set a timeout. I want to check if the visible is true. If it's true, I want to set here to 100. Also, I want to copy this content wrapper class here that was used. Come over here, paste it here. In my style, I'm saying dot content wrapper. I want to copy the styles that were used in my content wrapper here. So I'm copying this but I'm changing this to 80. This is when it's view of 80. I also want to copy this animating class as well. Paste it here. Now reload, and it's working just fine, just the way it should. Now I want to create this about us section. Head over to my homepage components and create an about us .view. Bring in the view here. This hero section, I'm going to close it, close this here. Head over to my home page and bring in this about us. And the about us is basically coming from components homepage about us. So I want to have a div here. This div will be the parent element. It's a relative. W is full, H is screen. I'm going to have another div here. This div is going to be above small screen absolute, and it's going to have a background of pound 10b 981. This is a green background. The W will be full for small screen, but above small screen the W is 2/3. It should have a height of 92%. Let's check that out. Okay, here it is. I want to give it a top of 0 and a right of 0 to take it to this right hand side. I also want to have an image here. This image is coming from assets / images / about JPEG. So here's my image. I would like to give this a class on its own. Let's say above MD is max W 32 REM. Give it a height as H of auto. Also object cover. This image would have a parent div as house in it. And this parent div is going to have above small screen of absolutes. It's also going to have an intersect of x 1/3. It's 1/3 on the x-axis. We give it insets of y 0. Sorry, 20 actually. It's 20 now. I want to give this margin bottom of 4, but for the large screen, should have a margin bottom of 0. Beneath this div, I like to have a div here. This div have a h2. This h2 says about us. It also have a h1 that says welcome to Cabo. It has 2 paragraph tags. This has lorem, and you're gonna duplicate this as well to have lorem. In here, we want to give this a text of white and a px of 4. Above small screen is going to be absolute. Also going to have a right of 1/5. So you want to give this a width, but it's going to be above small screen. So it's a width of 2/4. So it's going to be smaller. I want to give it a transform. And above small screen, we want to give it a top of 2/4. Okay, that looks much. Above small screen again, we want to give it a minus translate. Y is 2/3. There, you want to start this about us. So here we want to give it a text SM. Font is semi-bold. MB is 4. Uppercase. Tracking is white. For this, is going to have a larger text. Text is 2XL. Y above MD text is 4XL. Font MB is 4. Here we give it class of text is base. MB is 6. Here is class text is base. Okay, it looks good. We check the mobile view and it's responsive, but we want it to have a PB of 10. So we come over here and say PB of 10 to give it a padding button of 10 because they're up. Also, I reduced the right here to be 1/4 so that it could have a good spacing between each other. Beneath this P, I would like to bring in the button component. Setup here for my button component. The text is equals to search vehicle. There, this is complete. This view here is complete. Let's create the services. So we close this up, come over to home page here and create a service. lists dot view. We come down to our home page. First we do this, then we come to our home page and bring the service list. And we are importing it from homepage service list.view. Close this up. In our service list, we'll have a div. Inside this div, we want to bring in the section heading that we created earlier. We cancel this. Here it says setup. Import section heading. In the section heading, we want to pass the title, and the title is our latest services. Description is services. So you can see it's visible here. Below we want to have another div, and this div we want to have some events right here. All these are events. Head over to our code. In our script setup, we want to have some events which we are going to get from my GitHub. So say import ref from Vue. We come over to my GitHub, head over to the src components homepage service list. We want to copy from line 28 to line 51. That's the import of the icons and also this events. These are all the events that are happening: the title, the description, and the icons. We come over here to bring it. So in this div, we want to have another div here. Here we say v4. Here you say event and index in events, which is this events right here. Then we say key is equals to index. The error is gone. Want to have a class here. We say w is full, above md w is 60. Now here we want to have a div, and what this div is housing is a component. This component is for the event icon. So you could see the components we just brought, only the icons are visible now. We want to give this a bg of blue 500, w of 20, rounded of 4. Okay. I also want to give this a H20. There you go. In order to make this icon appear in the center, I'll give it a flex. Say justify center. Then we also say items center. I want to increase the height for the web view, so say give this an mx of auto and an empty of 4. Now this div that's housing them, we want it to be displayed in flex, so you say flex colon for small screen, or for the large screen is flex row. It's flex now. I say items center, justify is between. Let's give it a justify center, a gap of 6 for small screen, py is 10, y above md, py is 20. To give it a py of 20, all of them are in the center, make a gap. Now let's bring in the other components beneath. Here we want to have a div for it. I want to have a h2. This h2, what is going to be inside is event.title. We also want to have a p tag here. What's going to be inside is event.description, which is coming from this title and this description. This icon is coming from here as well. This is where we brought it. So you could see their title and their description. Let's come here and style this. Firstly, give it the text of white. I also want to give it a text of 2XL and an MD of text 4XL. Change this to white. Okay, it works. Come over to the heading tool, give it a class. Text is LG. Font is semi-bold. Text is gray. 800. And an empty of 2. Give it an empty of 2. Text gray. 800, semi-bold, etc. Yeah, I want them to have a text of center, so I say p4 text center to centerize my text. Now the text is center with a padding of 4. Give this a class. Text is md, which is also base. Text is gray 400, which is lighter, and an empty of 2. Okay, looks good. We are gladly done with this services. We will check it in the mobile view to see if it's corresponding. Okay, it's kind of not that nice on the mobile view. Let's give it a good margin top. Let's check the about us. So the height of screen, I made it only for the large screen, so it's not going to take up the space for our services on their list. And now I think it's okay. Let's come over here and create this call to action. Say call to action dot view. Remove this. Add setup. Go to the home in pages, home page. Here you say call to action. Import it here. Close this up. So in my call to action, I would like to have a div. Give it a class of relative, W of full, H of 96. I like to have a div inside. This is for the image. I'll bring in my image tag. This image is gotten from assets / images, and the image is bg3, the JPEG. Yeah, I'll just call it background. Yeah, I'm giving it a class of w4, h4, object cover. Let's check that out. So it's just displaying this image for now, which is cool. Let's give it object top. Head over back here. Absolute. So you give this absolute. And insert 0. There you go. Now it's taking a H of 96. I'd like to create this green BG. I also like to create this Docker container that has this tool as well. So in here, I'd like to create a div. This is going to have a class of absolute. Insert is 0 with a BG of black. To reduce the opacity, I'll say black over 50. Okay, now it has this black BG. Yeah, I would like to have text content here, so I'll have this div for the text. This div is going to have a h1 and also going to have button components. The button component is going to have a text of become a driver. Become a driver. That's if you want to drive a car. You get this button component from composable. So say import button component. Here we want to copy this and paste it here. Bring a break tag here as well. So it's not going to be visible here for now. I would like to make it visible by giving this an absolute class. Say absolute. So it's visible now. When we give it the absolute class, we say right is 20. But for large screen right is 40. See it here. I want to give it a px of 4. For this h1, I want to give it a class of text 3xl, font bold, MB of 4 because of the button beneath, and text of white. Cool. I'll go over to this relative div here, give it a flex, items, center. Beneath this div, I would like to have a div for the green background. So say class MD is absolute, insert is 0, BG is the same BG we used in the other one, which is 0, 1D to 8E. So green background. Clip, because we want to clip this. So clip is slant, and W is 1/2. Okay, we want to slant this. So this clip slant class is not actually a Tailwind CSS property. So here I say clip slant. Make sure there's no space in between here. Say clip path. For this clip path, we say polygon. In the polygon, we say 0, 0, 90%. Nothing is happening yet. Give the 0. Then you say 70%. Nothing is happening yet. Then you say 100%. Here you give it a 0 and 100%. Yep, now it works. We are done. Let's view it on the mobile screen. And it works perfectly. It looks beautiful on the mobile screen. Let's head over here and create this testimony for happy clients. Close this up. In our home page, we want to create a section. So we name this testimony section dot view. Add the view here. Close this about us. Move over to home page. Bring it to here. So say testimony. Import it here. In my testimony section, I would like to have a div. The div will have a class of somewhat kind of a gray background. So I'd like to bring in the section header. In the section heading, I'll give it a title. The title is happy clients. Description is testimonial. And we close this up. In here we remove this. Don't forget to add the setup. In here say import section heading. Okay, it's here. You create a section tag to house the section. Here we want to bring in the swiper that we used in the featured vehicle. So we head over to featured section. We copy the swiper from maybe here to here. Copy. Move to the testimony section and paste. Close it up. We also want to import the various swiper and their components. So we copy this and we paste it above here. For this class, it's going to be W of full, max W of 5XL. I want to bring my swiper slide and I want to have this card for workers. We come here and copy this testimony details. We head over here to our data in our SRC. Say testimony. Data.js. Paste it here. Come over to this testimony section and import it. From data, testimony data. We also need to create a card for the testimony. So say testimony card, where we need to like map the things from the testimony. So we copy this first, go to the card section, close this up. Testimony card.view. In here you bring in the view. In here I want to have a div, and in the div I want to have an image. I also want to have a p tag, a h2, and a p tag. I come over to my data to open my testimony data to get the data from here, because I want to define the properties we need here. So don't forget to say setup, and I want to define the properties. Let's say define props. I want to define the name. So I say name string. Also want to define the position, image, and description. Say position string, image string, description. Let me just change this to comment. String. Let's change this to comment. You gotta change all of them to string. We head over to car card because it has similar styling as well. We copy this get image function to get our image, we paste it. We come over to the image. Don't forget to bind the SRC. Here you bring in the get image, and the image you're getting is this image that we just defined. In the p tag we want to add the comment, name, position, We head over back to testimony section. Here in this swiper slide, we say V4. We say testimony. And index. And testimonies. I think we should change this to testimonies. In here, I want to bring in the data. So I say name is equal to testimony dot name. Also here, I forgot to add the key. That's why I have an error. So I say key is index. Here I'm saying position is equal to testimony dot position. Here I'll say image is equal to testimony dot image, and lastly I'm saying comment is equal to, I forgot to bind this image, sorry, testimony dot comment. Hopefully it's working. So it's not visible because for some reason I did not import this testimony card. I thought I had imported it, so I say import testimony card. There you go, our testimony, it's working. We head over to the testimony card to style it up. Here I want to give this a class fw24, height is 24, rounded is full. It looks good this way. Say objects cover and B is for this div. Give it a class of flex, but should be flex of column. Items center, make the item center. Give it a BG of white. Give it a shadow of LG. Give it a rounded of LG as well. It has a shadow and a rounded LG. Give it a P of 5 and a H of 96. Okay, looks good. Let's give it a text of center. I think this texts are already centerized. We come to this P for the comment and give it a text of gray 400. You also want to give it a text of MD and a margin Y of 3. Come over to this H2, give it its own class of text, Excel, font, semi-bold, and for the position we give it a class of text, MD, text, view, 500. Okay, we are done with this testimony card. We close it here. Come over to the testimony section. This section tag, we give it a class of py is 10, above and the py is 20. Looks good. I just want to give it a p4 for smaller screen. I want to remove this these two arrows here because we don't really have it in what we are referencing. How I'll do it is by deleting this navigation, and it works perfectly now. I also want to view it on the smaller screen to ensure it works well. Okay, it works well. So we're done with the section. We want to create this section for the blocks as well. We already have data for the blocks, so there's no need to copy and paste it. But if you haven't, it's in the copy and paste MD. We go over, close this up, come over to cards, create a card for blog, say blog card dot view, copy this text, add view to it, scroll down to our home page and create a section dot view. Come over to page, home page, bring in the blog section. You also import it here. Importing it. So in this blog section, we bring in the view. We want to bring in the section heading. Here we want to import it. Say setup and import section heading from composables section heading. The section heading, want to give it a title, and the title will be recent blog. The description would be blog. Beneath this, want to have a section. This section is going to have the block card that we just created. I would like to import the block card. Cards, block card. I would also like to import the blocks from the data, so I say import blocks from data, block data. So now we have our block card here. It necessarily is not going to work because we have not put the data items in the block card. So in my block card, I would like to have a div. This div is going to have an image. This p tag is going to have the date and the author with the comment length. This is what we're trying to replicate: the date, the author, the comment length. So I come over here and bring in the date. I'm bringing the author. I also bring in the comments. But I'll add a length to 8. I'm gonna have a H2 beneath a title, and I'll have the button component. Copy this up, import it. There you go. Give this a text of read more. And add a setup to clear this error. We'll head over to any card, scroll here, get this image, come to the block card beneath this and paste. Here we want to come here again, copy this setting and just replace our image with it. Close this. For the blocks section, say V4. Say blog index. Here say in blocks, which is gotten from here. Add a key of index. To clear this error, I want to add ID of blog.id. We also want to add a date. Author. Change it to description and give this a class of above MD W is 80. Yeah, also binding the class as well. And here we would create a column inside. I don't think we had defined the properties here, so we combine it here and say define props. In here I want to define the ID to be number, date, title is string, author is string, comment is string, image is string, date is string. You know, hopefully it's going to be working, and it is working here. So we go to this block section because we want to style this. So in this section, we give it a class of flex. Flex is called, but in the large screen, flex is row. Justify is center. Gap is 6. Give it a py of 10, and d is py of 20. It looks good. Also give it a p4 for the mobile screen. Let's check the mobile view if it looks good. It looks good on mobile view. Close this up. Quickly head over to the card because it's too basic. We need to add some styling properties to this card. So this card is going to have a class of object cover. H is 56. W is full. This div is going to have a class of space y2 and a pt of 5. This p is going to have a class of text sm and a text of blue 500. Okay, this h2 is going to have a class of text XL, font medium, text is gray, 800, mt is 2. It looks good. I notice this comment is not showing. I don't know why. Let's check it out. So this comment here is number, although it's an array, but it's number. It's not still visible. So we go to log data. Check if we spelled it well. C-O-M-M-E-N-T. Comments. 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 The comment is well spelled, but it's not really visible. Okay, it's actually visible, but it's only visible in the first card. We see comment. Yeah. So this is 2 comments here. 2 comments here. Let's add some comments in the other ones as well. So we've added comments to look like this one here. Let's quickly create this. Let's just name here statistics session dot view. Close this up, close this up. Bring in the view here. Afterward, we go to the home in page. Bring this stats view. Here we want to have a section tag. In this section, we want to have a div. Beneath this div, we want to have a h1 and a p tag. Here we want to have like some statistics basically. So we remove this. Add a setup. You say const so this is the number of years it's going to count to, because we are counting up to 61,090 etc. So that's why I named here 2. Duplicate this 4 times. Make sure you add commas here. Say 1090. Here you will say total class. Yeah, I want to say const section equal to ref, referencing it to null. So I want to create function for it to start counting. So here I'm saying const start counting, and you say start dot value dot for each. Here it says start. Here we say let's start equal to 0, and you say const increment is equals to start dot to. Here we set this to 2000 over 16. We need here is a const interval is equal to set interval and setting it to start plus equal to increment if start is less than start2. This is actually correct. Start dot count is equals to start dot to. Clear interval is interval. Here is a else. Start count is mat floor. Start. Here we want to add this 16. So let's quickly run through this. Here we're importing this ref, which normally we use it to create reactive variables. Here is we're defining the stats data, which is the to, the count, the label. Here for the stats section, we are creating a reference for the stats to store the DOM element where the stats are displayed. And for this start counting, we are just looping through the stats gradually from the 0 to this number that is stats 2. This is the seconds it takes per ms. That's like the counting animation, how many seconds it takes while you're changing number, which is 2 seconds. And we're just kind of like making sure that it's smooth. And here lastly, we are stopping the interval once it reaches this 2. So once this number here is equal to this number, the interval is going to stop, and that will be the end of the code. I want to create an unmounted to make sure that we are on view when the stats functionality is counting. Because let me say you refreshed your page and you got to that view but it's not working, so I want to say const observer equal to new intersection observer. If entry is intersecting, start counting. Yes, observer.onobserved start section value. Here we'll give it a comma. Say threshold is 5. This triggers when 50%, the 0.5 is for 50% of the section is visible. So this code is going to only work, that's the counting effect, once you have viewed 50% of that section. Below here, we say if starts section, which is this one here, dot value. Say observer.observe start section dot value. So now what this piece of code does basically is using intersection observer to trigger the counting. This counting will not work until we have viewed it. It's not going to work, just like this one's right here. Until we reach 50%, then it's going to work. If we don't reach 50%, it won't work. So it's using this intersection observer to trigger the counting. So we are observing when start section is entering the view. The start section is null. So we are observing when we have entered the view of start section, and once we are 50% into the view, it starts counting. And after it's triggered once, this observer is going to stop observing it to avoid it from re-happening on again. So now I would like to bring in this elements up here. For this div, I will say v4 equal to, here I'm saying item and index. This is in the stats here. We would like to add a key because it's not going to work if it doesn't have a key. Just say key equal to index. Afterwards, we give it a class equal to, here, I'll just say p is 6. We'll come back to there. I'll just give it an h1 of item dot count, and for this p, give it item dot label. This is not where it's supposed to be. We'll move this here so we could see 0 is total cars, happy customers, and total branches. Let's go back and continue styling. So we come back to this class here. This class is really long, so I want to give this a comma. Now I say index equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, say bg blue 300 over, let me say 50 or 90. Here we want to say bg gray 100 over 60, because we want to give this two different background. So the first one will have this bg and the rest are going to have this gray form. For the section, give it a flex call. For mobile, flex row. For this one also, I'll leave it a justify between, so they have justified themselves between. I'll come back here because the styling is not done and give this h of 36. For the large view, say h is 72 with a larger height. You say w is 4, but here you say w is 1 over 4, which each 4 of them will take equal spaces in the 1 over 4. Let's say flex items center to centerize this text. We also want to give it a justify center, but only for the large screen. Should have a justify center in a gap of 4. Here in our h1, we would like to give it its own styling as well. So say class text 5xl font is light, color text is blue 500. This is for this is the h1 actually. Also for the p tag, give it a class of text lj width is 10, color is gray. Text is gray. 400. Hidden. It's tight. Let's give this gray 900 instead. And for some reason, this is not really counting from the start. Let me refresh this. It's not counting, so I would have to check why it's not counting. So let's go through the code. So I have not yet added this start section to the section. That is why it's not working. So in this here, we say ref is equal to start section. Hopefully, cross my fingers, it would work this time, and it is now working. Review the mobile. And it's working fine in the mobile view. Now we want to add the footer lastly for this home page. If you've been sticking around, I would really appreciate if you like, comment, and share. Thank you. So for my page footer, I would like to delete this. Create a div. This div will have a class of BG black. Text is going to be white. It should be P4, but above small screen should be P20. PY, that's the padding on the y-axis is 10. Yeah, it's all black background. I want to have a div. In this div, I want to have another div. In this div, I would like to have one more div. Here, I want to house the logo. So I'm heading over to page logo. I kind of had an issue making this car to be white. For the footer, because it has its own styling on its own. So I'm just going to hard code this here and remove this from here. Give this a text of white. Hopefully it works. And our logo is here. Beneath our logo, we have this p tag with lorem, but not too much lorem, just few. Give it a class of gray, perhaps text gray 800, and text size is space. So this is quite shabby. I think 200 is okay. Now for this parent div that houses both of them, above the small screen it should be W of 1/5, and yeah, it should also have a space Y of 6. Give it a space on the y-axis of 6. We need this p tag. I'm gonna have a div. Yeah, I want to bring in like some icons. Yeah, say var bands x Twitter. Hopefully that's important. Here we say CG Facebook. Import it as well. Here is PS Instagram. Import that one as well too. So they are all imported. Here we add the setup. So it's gonna work. Also remove this export default. Hopefully it's going to show, and they are here. They are working just fine. Here we give this a class of flex items, the center, justify is between, text is to Excel, it's 2 spaced, so here I would also give it a W 1/2. That's 1/2 but 1/5, and there it looks okay. It looks just fine. It looks very good the way it looks. I'll close this div because I'm done styling it. Yeah, I'll have another div. Where I would need to add this information and this customer support. But because this information and this customer support have similar styling, I would like to create a component for it where we store the values for it. So head over to my GitHub. And in my GitHub, I'll head over to SRC, components, layout, page footer. Let's copy this information for the footer that we are going to be using. Come over here, beneath here we paste. Also those icons, we need to import them as well. We would have to create a component that we would use to map this footer, because it's going to make the code very long. We come to composables and create a component called footer links dot view. Copy this, press enter, bring in the view, head over to page. In here we say footer links. We need to import that, so say import footer links from composables, footer links dot view. There you go, footer links is imported. Head over to footer links. This footer links is going to be just short and simple. We have a div. This div will have a h2. It's also going to have another lists. Here we say link for those links right here, because they are all links basically to different things here. for the h2, rename it title. We need to define the props. We'll delete this. Here we'll say setup. So we'll say define props. They are an array because it's more than one. Now we come to this page footer, and in this footer links I want to like bring in the title, so I say title is equal to information, and as per the links that I'm going to be making use of, because there are different links here, I'm going to equal that to this information links. Let's say information links. Head over here, cross my fingers if it works. So I'm sure it works, but we are not going to see it if the texts are black. So here I want to say text gray 200 just to make sure it's working. Here we say link, not links. It's actually links, so we just add s here. So the links is showing here, but the information is not showing. So we head over here and we had code that in. Now the information is working, but the links is it's not working the way I expect it to work. Here, to make sure we remove the array, we say v4. You say link index and links. Give it the key of index. Here we remove this s because we are using the v4, and there you go, I've gotten rid of the array. Head over to page footer, and this div that contains both of them, give it a class of flex call for small screen. Above that is flex row. They are in flex row now with a gap of 10. Justify is between. Gap of 10 is for small screen, and this would gradually come this way when we are like done bringing the other ones as well. Now I like to remove this div because I'm not making use of it. Duplicate this footer links into 2. Change it to customer support, and as per the links, I'm getting it from here. Let me say customer support links, so you could see this one here. We come back to the footer links to give them their styling. I like to cut this and add it to the UL. Here is class, text is white, text is Excel, font is semi-bold, MB is 2. for this. Let's say space y is 3, margin top is 6. Okay, it has a good spacing, and I feel we are kind of done, but not so done. Here, give the class of cursor pointer, even if it's not leading to any page. So cursor pointer, text, MD. They look good. I'll close this. Head over back to my page footer to add the remaining styling. We need these footer links. I like to have another div. This div have a class of above MD. Should be W1/5. Beneath this div, I want to have a H2. This H2 is similar to the one we have in the footer link, but why we are not binding it is because this part has like a different thing altogether. It has this it has this like location icon, messages, etc. Basically just have its own individual styling, which is different. That's why. So say H2. We also want to give this a div, and in this div I want to have another div for that. Here I'm just going to say v4 is equal to info and index in contact info, which is this last one right here that we want to make use of. We'd like to give it the key. So it's a key. It's index to get rid of this error. Here we'll say class of flex item start space x is 4. In this div here, I like to bring in the components for the icon. We say components. Here I'm saying is this component is for info.icon, which is these icons over here. Let me close this up. This icons over here. So we say icons of icon, and we want to give it a text, a class actually of text MD. So you can see my icons right here. I also want to give it a text of white. I also want to bring the other ones as well. So I want to have a p tag, and this p tag is for info.text, which you can see the text here. These icons are shrinked. So what I will do to stop it from shrinking, I have to put this in a div. That way it's going to avoid these icons from shrinking. Also, I've not yet styled my h2 over here. So I want to give this a class of text Excel font is semi-bold, MB is 2. It's styled now. Here I would like to give the class of flex flex core space y4, empty is 6. Give it a larger margin top. For the p tag, I like to give it a class of text gray 200. Also, it's going to have this text of MD at all time. It looks good. It looks good the way it is. Lastly, I would like to add this copyright if you need it. So I'm gonna copy this, and you need this div that has this flex core. I want to have another div. Here we have a p tag. Paste this. This p tag is going to have a class of text gray 200 text md text center and a margin top of 16. Mid with log by code gotcha. So it's made with love by code gotchas, which looks cool. I like to inspect the mobile to know if it's good, and it's good in the mobile. Now we'll have to go to the about section. This about section, it just has reusable components. Basically, it's not going to take time to code. The only thing we're going to create is this section right here. So head over to our code, close this up in the composable view. We head over to our page, close this, about page. We bring in the BG container. From component composables BG container.view. This background container, we want to have like this image and also this links that takes us to the home or to this current page, and also the text here. So to save time, I would like to head over to my code on GitHub to copy and paste. I'll quickly just run you through the code. In the about page for the BG container, I would like to give it a title of about. Give it an image because you need to set the image is different. Image, which is equal to BG and it's called tree.jpg. It's going to have links, 2 links basically. This first one is for the home. Yeah, I'm saying too. Here, say comma. This is about us. Here is linking to about. Let's check first of all if it works. It works. So let me explain this. So guys, this is the parent div that house the background image and the links. Here we have this background image which we're setting it to this get image that we have been using over here, and we're setting this to a background image which we used here to add this image from our assets over here. We also have this overlay which is responsible for giving us this darker background. You come over here to the content. We have this content that has a text of gray, which is housing this router link. What we are housing is this link text. This link text is this home and about. We are housing actually two links. One is home that navigates to home. One is about that navigates to about. Lastly, we have a h1 for the title. This is the title. If I click here, it navigates me to home, and obviously it refreshes the page here. I have the defined props for the title, the background image, also the height in case I want to change the height, and the overlay. I give the BG of black for this overlay. The links, which is the link 1 and link 2 that I had set over here. Now let's add some other stuffs to this. Items. You have to add this about us, which we used in the home page. So let's grab the about. About us this view, and it's here. You also want to add this call to action and testimonials, also this counting stuff as well from the home page. So we come here and say call to action. Let's import them all from home page, call to action, testimony section, statistics section. I kind of missed a T over here. Now let's view them. Seems like I made a mistake in naming this. It's supposed to be statistics, so I added T there, and I want to make changes. Also, I believe that in my home page I should change it as well. Add a T, and there you go. Close it. Come over here. Okay, call to action, happy client, and the statistics. We are done with the about, and also it's very much responsive on the mobile view. Quickly go to the services. In the services, we'll have to bring in this BG again, our service, and call to action. We close this BG container, copy it here, close about page, move over to services page, paste it here, remove this, add setup, let's view it. So it's here. On our service page, it leads to services and home. So here we say services. Here we say service. And service. Add an S to the services. This leads to services. This leads to home. Here we want to add this services and the call to action. Because this home components basically are all repeated, I like to maybe remove them and add them to the composables. So I come over to home page and let me cut this call to action, come to composables, and paste it there. I also want to cut this about us, come to composables, paste it there. I want to cut this statistics section, paste it in composable. Yes. Then the service list I'm about to use, move it to composable. Yes. Close this up. In our home page, we confirm if they are all coming from composables, which they are. We also confirm on our about page if they're coming from composables, which they are. So we close them, we make sure they are working, and they are working. Come back to our services. Now I want to bring in the service lists. Now I want to bring in the service list and call to action. So I close this Then it is BG container. I want to say service list. I also want to import call to action from compatible with action W. And our services is done. Let's quickly head over to our pricing. We close this, but first copy this BG container. Close this up. Head over to pricing page. Paste it. Remove this. Add setup. Import the BG container. It's important. Yeah, we just change this to pricing. Here is pricing. Come over, click this. It's working. We have a table here that contains all our car images, their name and star rating, the money to rent them per hour, per day, and if you want to lease it, you need to contact them. So let's head over to my GitHub. I'm going to the pricing page. I want to copy the code for the table. So I'm going to copy from line 10 to 93. You could maybe go through it if you want. I would run through it as well, but I don't want to start hard coding this whole table. I also want to get this from composable. You also need to make sure this comes from the right place. Okay, so it's here. So I was trying to show you the overflow X of auto that I give to this table on line 10, also that it could overflow on the smaller screen. On the larger screen, I gave it a big width of 4/5, which takes the space 4/5. I have a table with a minimum width of 700 pixels. I have a table head that contains the car, the per day, per hour, and reason. You won't see the car here because I kinda made it not to be visible, but it's there. Let's head over to the table body, which I'm mapping the car in cars. I'm getting it from my cars database here, so I'm mapping it over here. Here is the image for the car. This is my car name, which is this title here. I also have this star rating that shows two kind of star, the filled star and the outlined star, depending on the star rating that is coming from the car data. So here some stars are filled, some stars are outlined, etc. Here I have this per hour, per day, and car leasing here. Also here, this is where I imported the star icons, the car from the database and the BG container. This get image is helping me get my image is basically the get image we've been using from the assets and the images in the src file. And lastly, we have the style for the polygon, which we are applying to the header. So what this polygon does is it kind of like clips the bottom to give it this angled bottom. That is why we gave it this class, the table head class of polygon. Now we quickly head over to cars. I want to copy this Vue.js container, come to cars page, paste it. I also come below here and copy the imports for it, paste here, add setup, set work. Here it's not pricing, it's cars. Here it's just a smaller cars. There you go. This leads to cars, this leads to home. And in my cars, I'm not doing much. I'm just listing basically all my cars. So let's list our cars. Beneath this Vue.js container, I like to have a div and a div, and this is going to have my car card. If you remember, I had this car card components for my cards. So I'm like import car card from, head over to components, cards, the one for the car is what we're importing. Here we see v4 is equal to, here because we're mapping it, we say car and index in cars. Now we come below here and import our car data, our cars data from the data and cars data. To remove this error, we add a key. It's index. There's a mistake here. Here I change it to id car.id. This is the car that we're using to map through it. Also, I want to add the name, the price, the brand, the image. Here we change this to brand, and we delete this. Let's check it out. Perhaps it's showing, and our car cards has come as displayed here. Here I want to give the class of grid, then grid column 3, give it 3 columns. I also want to give it a W of 4/5 to take the space of 4/5. So because I want it centerized, this upper div here, I'll give it a class of flex, justify is center, width is full, and I want it to have a space, so I say my of 20. So it has a space, it's in the center, that's flexed, it's beautiful. I also want to give this a gap of 10. So on mobile view, I would like to list all the card here. So here I'm saying grid column 1, Here I'll say MD, and it's now responsive on mobile view. I'll close this up. Let's head over to the blog page. And we just have the blogs listed here. Come here, copy this page container. Come over here as well to the blog page, paste it, remove this. Add a setup. Come here, copy this, paste here. Here, change it to blog. Just change it how to read. Maybe blogs, not blog. Beneath here, I want to have a section. The section, I'm bringing the blog card. Yeah, I want to bring the blog card. Now for this blog card, I'm saying view for blog and blogs. But I also want to give this an index. Let me check if I do have an ID. I do have an ID, so no need to create an index. And a key, title, author, date, image, description, let's remove this link for now. You also want to add the comments to be blog, not comments. Let's check it so we can see our blog page here. Head over to this blog card. We like to bind this image because we are using this blog in 2 places. As you can see here, the image is kind of larger, but on the home page where we're using it, the image is smaller. So we'd want to make our image kind of like flexible so that we could code it. Here we just add brackets and also add a single quote to this. I also want to create something for image height to increase the height of the image, and in order to make use of it, I'll have to define this image height here. Then it's this image, so I say image height. Actually, image height is a string, then the default is 56. Go over to this blog page, and here I want to now give it a class. Before I wasn't able to, well, when I actually added this column here, I can now call my class here, and I give it a double quote and a single quote. I'm saying W5/6. I'm having an error. It's a string, it's not a function. So perhaps the way I added the string here was wrong. I shouldn't have added it that way. So let's remove this. Say type string default is equal to page 56. Hopefully it's working now. Yes, it is. So now you can see my image is taking 4/5 of the page. Also, I would like to give it object should be cover, text should be center. So the text are now in the center. I also quickly want to add this image height and add single quote. Page is 500 pixels. Now the height is like working. We come here to the section, give it a class, flex, call, or small screen, and item center, because we want to put it in the center. Gap is 16, very huge gap by the way, so that they'll have a gap in between them. P is 4 for the small screen, PY is 10, and MD PY is 20. That has a good PY of 20. And lastly, we want to create this contact page. Head over to contact, grab this BG container, just rename it, and come to contact page, paste it. You also need this BG container over here, so I want to grab this and grab this, and I want to paste it in my contact page. Move this, add the setup, remove this as well, and probably this one. Here I want to change this to contact, so I want to change this to contact, and this is smaller. And here I go, we're in the contact page now. I want to add this, and this map as well. So I'll head over to my GitHub, and in as much as I hate to do this, but I'll have to copy this from line 10 to line 76, because this tutorial has taken much longer than I thought it would. But as usual, I'll run you through the code. I apologize for whoever is watching. If you're kind of upset with me, I'm upset with myself too. I'm sorry if I couldn't do this right, and I probably will do it better someday. So I'm copying this as well, replacing with this. I also want to import something I forgot to import here, which is this button component. So it's here already. I have this div which mapping this component for the icons, the contact, and the label value. These are gotten from the data below here. for the contents, the label, the address, the value, the icon, etc. They're all gotten from here. Also have this form that has this submit prevent, which kind of like adds the form value for the name, the email, and the message. I have the value here as well. It has input for the name, input for the email, text area for the message, and this button component to submit. I have this dummy map I always use. It provides a large map, and you're not really gonna see the map now, but it's kind of like provides this large map which takes time to load, but actually it is a big map that takes this whole space. Perhaps it's no longer taking the space it should. I don't know. So I cut this class and I applied it to iframe direct, and now the map is taking the space it should. Let's check for the mobile responsiveness as well. It's quite responsive in the mobile view. Let's just give this 400 pixels, maybe 350 in the mobile view. There are some other pages that would have to create. This is for the cars detail, the description, and the features. We also need to create another page, which is our last page, for the blog details, and afterwards we will link them to the various cards so that once you click on them it leads you there. We go to the cards and it's the car card we are heading to. So I want, when we click book now, it leads to the pricing. I also want, when we click the details, it is going to take me to the card details. So for this first button, I say router link, cut here. For the router link, I would say 2, and where I'm taking it to for book now is the price, so I say backtick. We're taking it to pricing. Head over to our code, click book now, and it leads us to pricing. I also want to head to this button component, make it a cursor pointer, close it up. Let's head over back to our route. I want to create a page beneath this cars for our card details. So to create a path for the card details, we make a curly braces, add comma here, say path. This path is leading me to car ID. We also want to have a name for the car details. And a component for the car. in detail. I'm going to copy this, head over to my page and create a car detail page. Go to view, add view to it, come back to this index and import car detail page from page car details. Let me just give this a h1 and say car details to ensure that we are on the page. Come back here, create a router link. This one is for the card detail. Cut this, put this here, saying 2. Put a backtick. I'm saying /car/ $ID. It's going to use the car ID to route to the particular car. Hopefully it works. So we come to home, click on details, and it leads us to car 2. So there's a mistake. I said cars here. It's supposed to be car. Yes, click this. Now it leads me to the right page. How I knew was the footer and the header was not showing and the car details was not showing. So it leads me now to the car details page. Let's close this up. Close this up because we're done with it. And head over to the car detail page to perhaps just style it. I'm going to open any random page here because I want to get this BJ container. Come here and paste it. Close this up to remove this error. I want to import this from components and composables. This won't work until I add a setup, and delete this as well. Let's check our car details page. Okay. Click. I want to change here to cars. Let me change here to cars. So here I want to just leave it back to cars. Cars. I want to bring in a very big image for the car. I also want to have this as well with these items here on this switching tab navigation. Here I would like to bring route so that we can find the particular car using the ID. So it's a route is equals to use route, and we're getting that from view router. Afterwards, we want to create a constant for car, and we're setting it to ref, which we're getting from view. We're setting it to null. We want to create an unmounted, which is gotten from view. In this unwanted, we say const car ID is equal to number route, which is this route over here, dot para dot ID. Here we say car dot value is equal to cars And this cars, we are getting it from the cars data. So you say import cars from data, cars data. Say cars dot find, and what we want to find is one car. So you say car through the car ID. We're checking if the car ID is equal to the particular car that we are trying to bring. If not, if you can't find the car, just bring an empty array or object. We want to set up an image here, so we go over to this car cards and grab this, place it here. Also come over here to grab this image as well. We paste the image here. We are trying to get the image. In this div above, we are going to bring in cars. So say v if is equal to car. Afterward, for this image, say v if is equal to car dot image. Here, let's say car dot image. Let's give it the class of w4. So the car is bringing the image here, which is cool. I also want to bring in other items like a p tag. It's a car dot brand. We want to bring in a h1, and the h1 is car dot name. So here's the brand and the name. Let's quickly start styling this. So here for the image, I want to give it a max height of 96. Objects is cover. For this div, and give it a text of center to bring this words to the center. Here I made a mistake. It's supposed to be card of name. Come here, give this a width of 4 and above medium width of 4 over 5 to reduce this. For this big div here, give it a class of flex, justify a center, take this cut to the center. For the small screen, P is 4, PY is 10, Y everything above small screen, EY is 20. Looks good. Let's style the P tag, give it a class. For the P tag, I want to give it a class of text, SM, of MD, text, LG, text is gray, 400, the margin top of 2. Okay, yeah, I want to give this a large text of text, Excel. My move and this text 3XL. Font is medium and text is gray 700. Looks good already. Height is not working because I didn't add an A here. So now the height is working and it looks good. I want to create this. So I will go to my GitHub, click the SRC, go to card details. You see two components. One is event card, the other one is tabs navigation. You're just gonna copy this up, come over here, create a file for event card. View, paste this, close this, perhaps close this as well. Come here and import event card. You need this div. I want to have a div, and in this div I want to bring in my event card. Here I'll say v4 is equal to event and index in events. I also want to create a key for the index. I want to create an event and equals it to events. We head over back to my GitHub, come to my card detail, and I could see some events here. So I copy this, head over to my code, come to my data, create a data for car details, .js, add this, close this. Now we want to import it below here, say import. Now it's working. You can see the events here. Let me just quickly give this a styling to make it pretty. Class flex wrap, justify is between, my is done, and it looks good. I have this component for navigating the tabs. I'll head over to my GitHub to grab the component. Tabs navigation under car details. I want to copy this. Head here. Come to here and say tabs navigation .view. Copy this. Paste. Close it up. Come here and import tab navigation. So I say import. I also want to bring in my tab navigation beneath here. take tab, navigation. Yeah, I want to bind the cards. Cars actually. It's cars. Hopefully it works. So I have an error. So here I see tabs navigation. I'll have to add an S. Here, here, and here for it to work. Now you can see the navigation for the tabs. Why I'm bringing this cars and car is because in this tabs navigation, I'm using the data for the car, which I'm bringing from this car's details. You could see the data for the description, the features, and the review that we are using over here. That is why here I'm like bringing the cars and the card. It's just a simple navigation that navigates through 3 tabs: the features, the description, and the review. Close this up quickly. Now lastly, we want to bring in this section heading. We also want to bring in this car cards, but we only want to select 3 cards from it. So under tabs navigation, I want to bring in section heading. In my section heading, I want to set the description. And the description is choose car. I want to have a title. And for the title, it's related cars. Bring the section heading from composables. Here's a composables. You can see the section heading. I also want to bring this car, so I want to create a div and another div. Here I want to bring in the car card. In a place I used the car card was featured cars in the home page. So say featured section. Copy this car card. Close here. Paste. Import it here. And this is coming from cards. Actually, there's an error. It's car cards. Here you add cards. You can see a card for a car. But I want to remove this S because, you know, I can't name this cards. And yes, I want to change it in the other views. Come over to card details. In here, I want to bring in more than one card. So I say V4 and I want to bring in car and index in cars dot slice, and we just want the first 3 cards in that array. It is going to have an error until I add a key equals to index. So you can see it brought all the 3 cars. Here, I want to give it a class. Upgrade. Grade. Cars. 1. But above this is grid color tree. Looks good. I want to give this a PT, so I say class my20. That looks good. I want to check the responsiveness. And it's quite good, but on mobile this is not responsive enough. So I'll come here and say flex, justify center, and it's in the center. Here I'll also give this a gap of 10. Okay, it's now responsive. Lastly, I would like to create a page for this blog. So we head over here. We want to give this card this read more actually button, then a blog. So we close this, create a page, name it blog detail. Not view, view, close this, come over to our router, under the blog, we want to duplicate this. Here we say blog / ID. Here we say blog detail, details. Here we say blog I would like to rename the page to add an S to it. Come over to this index and import blog detail from page blog details. This is up. Go to the cards. I want to copy this router link. Close this up. Come to the blog page. No, come to the blog card, and above this button component that says read more, I want to create a router link. And I want to paste this. This is leading me to blog ID. You close this blog card, remove this. In this script, say setup. I would like to open the card details page for the fact that we have similar styling with the blocks. I like to get this mounted and ref from the card details. Place it here. Come over here and copy use route as well with bj container. Copy this. Paste this beneath. Paste this beneath. Afterward, I would like to bring in my blocks. So I'm importing my blocks, and this is coming from data, blog data. I'll come over to this car details, copy route and this car, combine it here and paste this. Here I will change it to blog because we're dealing with blog. Get image and unmounted. So here I'm just going to copy anything that has to do with the car and change it to blog. For this, I'm just going to change it to B. Here I'll scroll up, copy this BG container, come to my blog detail, paste it, change it to blog. Change it to B, and hopefully it works. So I click read more and my blog is working. Now I'd like to have an image, so I want to say div. This div I'm saying v if is equal to blog I want to have a div. In my div I want to have a h1, and for my h1 I'll say blog title, and it works very fine. After my h1 I like to have a p tag. This p tag checks for multiple things actually. First it checks for the blog date, checks for the blog author, checks for the comments, it wants to check for the number of comments. Let's say dot length, and beside this I say comments. I want to get an image, and for the src is binded. Here I'm saying get image. This would be blog dot image. So it's getting these items here. I would also want to have a p tag for blog description. For this div here, I'll give it a class of above mdw is 4.5. Actually this has similar styling with this, so I'll copy this one, paste it here. For this h1 and check if it has similar styling with this h1. I'm just going to copy this h1 and paste it here. This is going to change to 2. This is going to change to 4. For this p tag, going to have a text of sm, text of blue 500, and a margin bottom of 6. Okay, this is going to be changed to 800 because it's quite thick, and a margin bottom of 2. For my image, I'm just going to give it a W of 4. And a H of 500 px. Maybe 700. 600. This one is okay by me. For this P, I want to give the class of text gray 400 and an my of 6. I want to create this component. It's actually a component for the blocks. The name is block comment. So I'll head over to reusable components. Copy this. Close this. Come to my composable block comment dot view. Paste this. I'm gonna close this as well. And I have a div. Bring in the block comment. Say v4. Comment index in blocks. Here I want to have a key index and bringing in the comments because that's the old thing. Here we say dot comments. You want to bring in the block comments. Say composables. This is coming from blocks because we do have some comment type assume in blocks. I don't know. Yeah, we do have comments in blocks, so this is coming from blocks. We add a v-if here. Here we say block dot comment question mark dot length. You also have a p tag here. I say if else. That's if there is no block comment. We have a text that says no comments yet, but leave a comment. Yeah, we'll give it a similar class with this. So my blog is not working because I'm saying blogs.comment. So I remove this extra s and it's working. Let's check the mobile view to confirm if this is responsive. So it is responsive, but I want to reduce this image height, so I say empty. And that's perfect. So guys, that's it for today. If you stayed to the end of this video, please give me a thumbs up, like, share, comment, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.